So, time to paint some kasrkins. Since last stream was doing capes. Since then, I've just kind of dry brushed a few greys over the black prime, just to get a nice, simple black armor grey gradient kind of deal. That's just done some basic highlighting and kind of reverse shading since you can't shade black. No problem. I figured advanced stream notice is alright. Yeah. Now the black armor is kind of done. I'll still edge highlight it later. It's time to paint some yellows, and I don't think this is going to be easy because yellow is a hard colour to paint at the best of times, let alone over a dark colour like black, so we'll see how it goes. So I'm expecting many thin coats. So where is my good old cardboard palette? Well, I got this one if nothing else. Yeah, helldivers. Kasrkin helldivers, close enough. I can't get any, they haven't released any Elysian drop troops, which would be a perfect basis, but just got to settle for this for now. So, my good old brush I always go to, my Raphael Kalinski 8404 size 0, and my Green Stuff World brush rinser. Oh yeah, I've also painted a basic Necron as an automaton and Nuragant as a Terminid. So hopefully they're just some basic stuff. A Shabty Bone. Have I got a Shabty Bone? So yeah, painting a brighter, stronger colour underneath does help with the yellows. We'll see how it goes with just the yellows for now. I did look up tutorial on, like, I did just look up painting yellow over black in case, and did find an old Duncan Rhodes tutorial from when he was back still at Games Workshop, and he just went with Avalanche Sunset over black, and that worked. So Avalanche is an alright paint. It's not too thin like some of their whites. Managed to stick together enough, so we'll see if this works enough, but I'll see what other bright colours I have. Because I do something similar for my Black Templars, where when I paint the tabards with Rakarth flesh, I also do that over the shoulders before painting the white to help build it up in brightness. Here is guy number 1. Now, the helldivers on their armour, they have a few spots of yellow trim. So I'll be doing the kind of... Where is it? There it is. I'll be trying to do the... There you go, there's my camera in focus. I'm trying to do like the trim on the flaps. There's some underlines on the shoulder pads which will work well for there. Not sure where on the boots I can get it, because they do have like a line at the top of their boots or knee pads. And I'll see where I can get on the helmets. Keep that in the corner for reference. And let's see how this goes. Oh yeah, let's start up some music too. Let me know if that's too loud or anything and I can adjust the levels. Some precise work, so I've got to keep quite steady for this. And I've got to do this multiple coats 10 times over, so it's not going to be an easy painting session. But yeah, hopefully I can get this done today, and then if I got time, I'll also move on to picking out a few of the metal bits, because that's the two biggest parts of the Helldivers game which aren't black are just yellow and silver. And they're only in a few spots, so hopefully I can get that all done. And on the shoulder pad trim. And then I do need to, for another detail of the armour, they do have a lot of skulls. Ooh. Is music coming through now? There's a few sliders I got to adjust. Don't want it to be anything too loud or anything, just something to have in the background so it's not silence while I'm focusing on painting. And what else? Is there anything around the knees I can do? How is my freehand good enough to paint a line at the top of their knee pads? Yes, that's another thing I was going to say. Fortunately, there's a lot of icons on them which are very simple enough and very similar to the Helldivers icons are similar enough to the what comes with the kasrkins, which is just skulls and skulls with wings. If I can see them clearly. So hopefully there's going to be enough on this decal sheet to spread them amongst the Helldivers. Yeah, there's a fair amount of skulls and skulls with wings, and then there's also a few extra fancy stickers, fancy decals, which might work for all the different decorations on the cape. Yeah, a freehand line on the top of the knees. I'm not great at freehand, but I'll need to go through and clean everything up with a black later anyway, so it works. And then need to add a spot of yellow on the helmets. How about the little circle dots at the side? Like on the ear coverings. 'Cause that's a nice, easy spot to do. And I'll just try and get all the basic spots for yellow. I'll weed the baddies. Good Mitchell and Webb luck moment, but yeah, it's something that makes the crossover between 40k and helldivers very fitting. Is that, yeah, they're the baddies, but you know, what else are you gonna do? Hoorah, democracy for the Empire. Oh yeah, Mitchell and Webb's a classic. Yeah, one of the reasons I went with the kasrkin in the first place is because when I was looking at the different types of guard and all their armor types, one of the things that stood out was that the kasrkin had this kind of tunic fabric trim, which the helldivers do exactly. So it's perfect for the yellow parts. Yeah, definitely going to need 2 coats at least of this, maybe 3. I was wondering what other bits to paint too, because there's the helmet cameras, and then there's also weapon scopes, and I was thinking of going with a green for that, because a lot of the weapon red dot sights in the game are green, so it feels like that's a good match. And I do have a recipe for a good green glow I'm always happy to use. Yeah, Peep Show is great, but I'm the same way where I can't handle awkward situations, and that show is all awkward situations. Great show, it's just I cannot bear the cringe. How exactly far around do their knee pads go? Because it's the top half moon shape. Yeah, I'm not the basic guard. You mean like the Cadians? Because I know there was a newish version of them that came out with the last edition for some Acadians, but their guard, their coming in boxes always makes sense because you often need a big army of them, right? Some good brush control practice for this. A lot of precise edge highlights and lining. Then once I've done all these basic yellows, I'll take another look at all the cape patterns. Because I know some of those have like a line of yellow at the bottom, or they're half yellow, or they've got patterns, so I'll have to look up this one specifically because made a fair variety of them and might be tough to match all the exact yellow options on that. What happened with the basic infantry, the 10 guards then? They just outstock frequently? Next dude is the... Where is he? The Grenadier. There he is. Yeah, then after the yellows, there's the silvers I want to do, and for the silvers I did pick up the range of silvers from the two thin coats, but I tried them out yesterday for tried them out yesterday for painting the Necron automaton, but they just had a weird consistency. Like the paint, the metal bits and the like actual paint solution separated. So I'll try them again later, but need to make sure to give them an extra big shake. Do they have any yellow on their chest? Because it looks like it's just all like silver trim on their chest bits. That's another way I was thinking of adding some silver, because they do have silver chipping on the armour at their edges. So when I do some edge highlighting, I might also try to do some like weathering with the yellow, silver. I was also wondering if there's enough... It'll be worth shading this yellow since it's only trim. Because last time I remember painting a big batch of yellow was on a Griffhound beak for some Stormcasts. And that was shaded with Eandon yellow, which is an interesting method of shading with a contrast. Knees. It's a little yellow on the chest. Yeah, is on that like just bottom lip of it? Yeah, that image is the basic default armor, which is the main one I'm looking to for inspiration. Like, the go-to armor I use in game is, what is it? It's from the first War Bond. It's the grey with orange trim. Because, would you take a look at my head mech and would you believe I'm a big fan of the grey and orange trim look? But yeah, the majority of armors in the game are the black and yellow style. So I figured that's a good basis for if you want to go with a single style to keep it coherent. Next guy is the shotgunner. Then once I'm done with painting today, I still need to log on and do my daily orders on Helldivers. I do quite like the way they do them, where it's getting amount of kills with this weapon, because it encourages you to mess around with a few different things. Like yesterday's was get 100 kills with the flamethrower, and I haven't used that one before, so it was a nice chance to test it out. The cheese armor. Yeah, it does have those bright yellow chunks. Shoulder trim. Yeah, I do still need to swap around a few armors a bit more just to get a feel of the benefits versus light, medium, and heavy. Do a huge chunk of running in that game, so having the light to help with movement would be pretty handy. But at the same time, I feel like I always die so quickly that being even squishier is a risk. Makes me want to try out that, what was it, the Hero of the Federation armor? The one that just gives you a 50% chance to just ignore damage. Man, some of the knee pads are very not clearly moulded on some of these guys. Freehand highlighting them was a pain before, but oh boy. Just draw a line and hope it looks right when you're done. That's a good one. Guy number 5 was the autocannoneer. Yeah, exactly. Switching up with the personal orders is nice. Although at the same time, like I said yesterday, I swapped to the flamethrower, which is the first time I really used it, and I definitely felt like I was lacking something because I don't know, it kind of limits you in some ways too, because I'm not going to use the flamethrower against bots, so it's like, okay, well I gotta play on the bug fronts for this one, and I always felt like I was really missing out on my grenade launchers. That's what I normally go with, because that's just handy for shutting up bug nests. So I appreciate being incentivized to try out different loadouts, but It's definitely felt weird without my usual. Looking forward to the stuff that are coming out with the... I've been seeing them teasing for the next big update. Like the mech with dual autocannons and a thermite grenade. Ooh. Fortunately, I haven't had any super bad experience with rando lobbies. The only thing is just the usual calling in a stratagem way too close, like the 380 orbital barrage. That has a wide area. I remember one rando the other day was just overly eager to call in one of those, but haven't had any of the unfortunate like mass team killings, like huge insane. Mortars are a blessing and a curse. I've seen them basically win the mission for me, but then I've also had them team kill me so many times. Like, I do want to say, oh, they're one of those things where it's great for bots but not for bugs, but then at the same time, they have been a great hand for, like, the last holdout on the extraction points, holding up a defensive line there, so I guess it's just situational. So long as the bugs don't get too close, you'll be fine from mortar-friendly fire. I wonder what the next... Yeah, 380's kind of random. I've tried it out, but... like you said, somehow everything you wanted gone is still standing. I tend to stick to the good old 500 kg bomb. And another one of the Eagle missile payloads. Just because it's handy for clearing enemies and can just chuck it on a base, and as long as it's close enough, he'll get anything on it. Get any fabricators. Wonder what the next like front orders are going to be, because recently wrapped up the big Terminid containment system. Next guy is the objective guy. Probably going to need to shade this later. Like I said, there's the Eandon yellow, which make for a good shade, but also wonder if it'd be worth doing the basic strong tone Agrax equivalent. Oh, sorry, dark tone Agrax equivalent. Yeah, the orbital precision strike is handy. I have been meaning to try that out more. Maybe not the basic one, but like the targeted one. Just because something I always have trouble with is like hulks on the bot side and charges on the bug side. And so that seems like a good specific anti-one of them stratagem. Yeah, the Termside nest is the one we recently wrapped up. That went over real quick. The missions were quite tough because it was a bit of a scramble at first to understand what was going on. Like, it was a defense, but it was changing defense, and man, a lot of Terminids showed up for the when you went to activate one of the silos. People got the hang of it eventually, but it was a bit a trial and error right at the start. Yeah, well, they've teased a few things. Like, I know there's flying bugs that are coming, and then there's also seen leaks of a giant robot walker, which looks to be like the bot equivalent to the Bile Titan. So there's definitely stuff coming on both enemy fronts, which is exciting as it is worrying. Yeah, well, it was a new type of defense mission, so people were figuring stuff out. It's like, well, defense, you need lots of sentries, and then sentries have trouble determining friend or foe. I found the exosuit was particularly helpful for that, because that basically just turns you into a moving double sentry. And I'm always eager to get in a big robot. But it does make me look forward to the double autocannon mech coming soon, because the regular mech, its missiles still need some fine-tuning, because they still have that problem where if you turn too quick, you will like hit your own missile as it's coming out of the launcher. Yeah, there's been so many leaks for helldivers. I have seen, it's like, oh, they saw these new strings for the mission names, map names, and one of them was Super Earth. But just, yeah, any urban mission. Because currently they're just in the open, wide out, running through like mostly barren planets. So something a bit more, I don't know, organised, running through city streets. Get that proper ODST feel going through New Mombasa. Yeah, missile bug ain't fixed yet. It seems I'm always partial to a giant robot, but I take it on a few missions just because I love mechs, but it not quite ideal yet. Still seems tad flimsy at times. Like, a charger will just destroy the mech in one shot. That's been most of my experiences with fighting bigger enemies in it, but I hope it gets a bit of a buff. Hope they get some upgrades for it with the workshops, ship upgrades. Because I would love to make that thing more powerful. Next up is supply guy. Where is it? Skirt trim. Managed democracy is eternal. Oh, a lot of the stuff on the bot side is, well, that's kind of similar to 40k. Like the Hulks, definitely. Like I've got a Black Templar Dreadnought, so it's mostly black with reddish bits too. And so what it's like, yes, that is just very much a Hulk. And then their tanks, they just feel like they're Beyblades. I remember hearing that the CEO did say, like, he's into Warhammer, so it wouldn't surprise me. Like, they are even just like, I don't know, they feel like they're kind of referential siblings, because both Warhammer and Helldivers take a lot from Starship Troopers. So they've got similar inspiration, they've definitely kind of thematically consistent. Yeah, the head dots next. I did want to see if I could fit in like a good old helmet stripe down the middle, but I'm not good enough at freehand for that. I'd just mess it up and there's no easy spots for it. So I'll just have to settle with the yellow dots on the side of the helmet for now. I was wondering what to do for the visor too. Because if nothing else, I can put it like a nice gloss coat over that. And just have that nice and shiny. If I don't want to do the same old... If I don't want to do some like hard painted shading by having like bright parts for reflection built in. Oh, thank you for the compliment to my Black Templar Dreadnought. That's like one of the first Black Templar things I made back with where was it from? It's from the Indomitus box, I believe. One of the easy to builds. Yeah, 40k starting off as fantasy in space definitely gave it some interesting origins, because there was like, how can we turn our fantasy faction into a space faction? And the kind of Space Marines had their origins in Chaos Warriors, with the big bulky armour with the big pauldrons. But then there's some other stuff, like Space Elves, Eldari, that's simple enough, and they got their fancy twist with their Slaneshi influences and the Drukhari. Then the Squats were the Space Dwarves, and they went away for a while, but then they recently came back. But one I like in particular is the Necrons, because they were, hey, there are Tomb Kings. So it's like Egyptian skeletons, but how do we make it fantasy? How do we make it sci-fi? And then it's just, well, let's just combine them with Terminators. And that was a very interesting. It was a mashup, which has definitely given them their own like cool identity. And there's some other things that have come about since Warhammer 40k has been around for a while, that don't seem to have some fancy origins, like the Tyranids. Like they start off as like gene stealers, but then came out into be their own thing. And like their main spots of inspiration are the Starship Troopers bugs, and then also xenomorphs. That's funny you say Gunpla, because before I was into Warhammer, I did Gunpla, and there's a few things that got me into that. There was obviously the classic 0079, but then there was Build Fighters, and that was all about, your custom Gunpla. And that kind of started me on my way of, well, yeah, this mini is cool, but what if I can really make it mine? But I didn't start out super heavily customizing everything. You can just ease into it little by little. Like, my first custom Warhammer stuff was just, well, I don't want to paint that guy with that face because I can't paint skin, so I just gave him a helmet, and then it was, well, I prefer the look of that weapon, so it swapped and swapped. Yeah, Gunpla is freedom, that show. In fact, once I'm done painting the trim on this guy, I do have a Gunpla on my shelf I can show. Because the person who said Gunpla is freedom was good old Majin Kawaguchi. And he had my favourite MS of the show, which was the Zaku Amazing. Yeah, everything is I've never just jumped into something completely out of my depth, really. Everything I tried to incorporate something new, like one new thing to try out in a lot of my builds, which make doing more stuff down the line easier. Like, the green stuff capes for these guys, I wouldn't have been comfortable doing that before, but I had some cowboy Skitari, and it's like, well, I want to give them a poncho, and that's just simple, like, scarf fabric wrapped around it, and so I had some initial practice in green stuff, and that practice led me to going, oh, I can do a cape. I can probably, like, chart a path through it of, I learnt this, then I learnt that, then I learnt that. And each is a tiny step on its own, but they help build up to some full custom stuff. Yeah, a throwback to Char Zaku. Char is one of my favourite characters, and I love the classic Zaku. One of the best kits out there, one of the best Gunpla kits out there I heavily recommend is the MG 2.0 for the Zaku 2, just because that's perfect blend of the rounder, older style and the newer lined, like, Kataki style from 0083, when I got the redesign in Stardust Memory. Howdy, Cornish Knight. Just talking about some Gunpla, funnily enough. Yeah, that's that gun. Yeah. Well, my custom Gunpla is Zaku Amazing based, where I cleaned up some of the things on the foot cuffs because they stuck out a bit too much, and I focused on the revolver aspect since that was always a cool weapon loadout, and some nice grey and dark red. Because there was the dark red after that part of Char's scheme, but then also just loved the look of the Tamiya light grey primer and wanted to leave that for some of the final model. PG. Ooh. I haven't worked my way up to a big old perfect grade yet. When you say they added the original series as parts, are they like the compilation movies? Because for 0079 there's the 40, 50 something episode series, but then there's also the 3 movies they divided it into. But yeah, I'm overdue for a rewatch on that myself. I mean, I watch Char's counterattack every so often just because, that's one of my favourite parts, but it's been a while since I've gone back and watched the original. Next unit is the sniper. I think so, yeah. Makes sense. Because both the movies and the series are real old, but the movie is slightly more up to date because that got some new animation in like a year or two after the series. Yeah, if it's Mobile Suit Gundam 1, then it's probably the movie. I didn't paint my Gunpla with acrylic paint. It was all sprays. I believe they're like Tamiya brand. I did just keep it simple, but no, actually, yeah, acrylics do work well because I actually used this Avalanche Sunset acrylic for a few bits on another custom I did of some like police-themed Dragons. Like for like the events, I painted them in Avalanche Sunset Yellow. And let's get into real Mecha nerd territory because I painted the Dragons in police colours in reference to the Mobile Suit Patlabor series, which the same designer who was the Mecha designer behind that Patlabor series designed the Dragons. So it's like a funny, I don't know, they're Mecha cousins, I guess. Plus, I just do love that clean black, white, and yellow scheme because, oh, looks perfect on the new Gundam. New Gundam being NU Gundam. Oh yeah, that's 1, 2, 3. That's definitely the movie versions. Yeah, I do want to try fully painting a Gunpla with acrylics, because there's, back before I did Warhammer and was more into Gunpla, I followed a lot of Japanese Gunpla builders, and there's all those techniques I'd see of like panel shading and that kind of thing, and I feel like I was able to get a similar look to it with dry brushing and blending out brighter colours on the middle of panels. So I feel like a dry brushed, or heavily dry brushed Gunpla could have some great look and depth to it. But that's just another another idea on the huge backlog of mini projects. Maybe I'll get around to it, maybe I won't. Like, I have got a new that's been just waiting to be painted. Ah, Zoids. Never got into Zoids myself, but they were always cool mechanical kits. Like, I haven't bought many more Gunpla since getting into Warhammer. Like, I picked up like 1 or 2, like the Fenice and the Fenice Elena Shita, the second one from that. But there has been some new stuff I've seen popping up which I always want to try. Like, I want to try out the Origin HG Zaku kit, just because I always love good Zaku. Then Witch from Mercury, been kind of iffy on the show itself, but there's some great designs on it. Like, there was the Schwarzett, the one that showed up right at the very end, and that had like the sword that split into funnels, which had a great look. Yeah, there's so many different, like, just types of model kits out there that all seem like their own cool, interesting thing to look into. And using some actual historical based stuff seems perfect for Imperial Guard. Oh boy, gonna have a lot of cleaning up to do with black paint later. 'Cause black on yellow, not easy to paint, and any mistakes really stand out. Oh yeah, Imperial Guard. They're definitely they're the least crazy faction, because they are just mostly modern military, but with a few weird future things. Like, yeah, they're las guns, but it can be swapped for anything, and a lot of the different army variants are just different flavors of different historical regiments you can look at. Like, I can't remember the name of them, but like the Valhallans, which are just like winter front troops. There's what are they? Mortians? Ones which are just kind of like, what is it, almost Civil War era? Like almost like British Beefeaters or Royal Guards. With like red arm, like red chest pieces and then big fluffy hats. And then this guy, he doesn't get Avalon Sunset because he's the big fancy leader, and Mordians. That was close enough. I think I'm getting confused for some custom 3D model guy on Instagram, Mortian, who does a lot of Imperial Guard tank alternatives. But yeah, this guy, he's based on Super Citizen armor, so he gets gold. Now, I haven't decided which gold exactly yet, because there is Retributor armor, which is a very bright, colourful gold, but that might be too colourful against the black of the armour. The Vostroyans, yeah, that's another one. Which even though I got the names wrong myself, that just kind of proves the point of, yeah, a lot of Imperial Guard are based on like modern militaries or even historical militaries. Here are some of my go-to golds. There is the Retributor armor, which is very bright, so it might stand out a bit too much. And then there is Runelord brass, which isn't a gold in name, but looks like a good gold on over black. Let me get some of my Black Templars to compare. What's a good... There, he's got a lot of gold on him. Okay, so here is a newer Black Templar which has Runelord brass, which works for good, like... There he is. So it works for a nice duller gold to keep it not too colourful, which would kind of ruin the overall look against Black Templars, and that helps bring it down into the, I don't know, browny oranges, which I like to keep my Black Templars at because that's kind of like Blanchian style. But then here is a Black Templar with Retributor, and it's very bright and flashy. Not what I do with my Black Templars, but it's definitely a look. Damn, that's before I even got some Black Templar transfers. And what exactly does the gold on the Super Soldier, Super Citizen armor look like? Yeah, Runelord is great for Necrons too. Super Citizen armor. I think it's called something else. Like, it's the armor that comes in the Super Citizen pack, but it is the it is the Savior of the Free armor set. Since it is just very fine trim, I don't think I have to worry about it bringing up the colour too much. Because whereas it is like trim and detail bits on my Black Templars, those are some very thick shoulder pads. Yeah, Retributor it is. Ooh. Oh no, it's not. It's been a while since I used it, so I was worried it would have like dried out, but no, it's good. Surprisingly good for how long I haven't used it. The lid's a bit gunked up, but see if I can just get a quick clean of it. But thanks for the, I don't know, point of reference, that isn't. Cleaning out paint pots is always a pain, but metallics, they turn it like dry, almost gel-like, which tends to make them a bit easier to like clean out the lids of sometimes. A good old miracle of GW paint pots. I always find some way to dry out. Yeah, Corax White is not a good one to deal with. I've moved to Pro Acryl's Bold Titanium White and haven't looked back. But yeah, Citadel / Games Workshop paints, their bright colours tend to be iffy. Like, most of them aren't great. Like you said, Corax White in particular is not a good one. But then other ones, like Avalanche Sunset, that's a yellow, and yellows are very similar and hard to get right. But Avalanche's alright. Oh yeah, what did Goobertown say about metallics? Because I've branched out into a few different ones. I picked up Vallejo's. I've heard a lot of good things about Vallejo's metal color range, so I picked up their aluminium for bright gold. And then I mentioned it a tad earlier, but I also picked up the Tooth and Coats Silver's range, but they separated a bit. So I do want to try them again for the metals later, but we'll need quite a bit of shaking. But all things considered, Games Workshop metals are alright. Like, Lead Belcher is always a good go-to, if nothing else. I'm sure better ones are out there, but that's one of the ones Games Workshop / Citadel does alright, at least. The only real metallic from Games Workshop I've had trouble with was their really bright ones, like their bright gold and their bright silver. They really separated, and I wasn't able to use them. I think it's like Stormhost Silver, maybe. What do you mean uses aluminium? Like actual, like, tiny metal bits in the paint? Because I know that's where the name, like, metallic metals get, and that's why the whole painting non-metallic metals is Like a good, I don't know, demonstration of a very good painter being able to paint all these different shiny shades. Now, it's not just painting the bits that would be yellow, because on this guy, all the bits that would be silver are gold too, so he gets to be real fancy. Got a reference for it up right now and then. There is also the shoulder trim. Ironbreaker is very... I haven't used Ironbreaker. What is that? Is that one of the darker silvers? Because, like, I've got a good trio of medium silver, bright silver, dark silver, which has been a good go-to. But my golds, like I mentioned earlier, I got Retributor for a more colourful one, then I got Runelord for a duller one. Reflective mineral. Interesting. Where else? You can have a patch of gold on that weird sticky out thing on his forearm. And he doesn't actually have a lot of gold on his helmet wings. They're very bright. Yeah, like I said, the... Yeah. The bright ones is the one I have a lot of trouble with too, like Stormhost Silver, that's probably all... Yeah, it's completely separated. And it's hard to mix back up. Where is my trio? The trio of silvers I normally go to from Games Workshop is... that one. For a dark, I have Iron Warriors. For a medium, I have Lead Belcher, and for a bright, I use Iron Hand Silver. And that's worked out well enough, but then, like I said, I've been looking into others just to get a... just go even brighter on the highlights when I need. Now there is one line on the helmet wings which would be perfect for a highlight to match the one line of the helmet wings in the example, but gonna need a real steady hand for it. There we go. Just need to anchor both hands to the edge of the desk. And what else can we do? There's the Imperial Aquila, but it's small enough to just go, oh no, it's a skull with wings. Ugh. Mecha. Hold on. I've got a Tamiya paint which says Mecha Blue, and it's a shiny blue. I'm not sure if I have it anymore, but that was like an old one I used for Gunpla. So I guess Tamiya uses Mecha too. I always wondered why that one was called Mecha, so there we go. Oh yeah, the knee pads. Pretty pleased with how Retributor's turned out on this guy. Oh. Almost got hand cramp for a second. Need to remember to stretch well. Now what about this little patch here? So I was thinking of doing that silver on the other guys, but he doesn't get silver, he gets gold. I was wondering if it might be too much gold for a single big patch. Fuck it, gotta try. Yeah, that's not bad. It's good for a first pass. I mean, it's pretty damn good for a first pass. It went on better than the yellows. I think it'll be perfect after a second coat. But that is a particularly potent yellow. It's really stained my brush. Oh, thank you. I will take a look at that video later. Like I said, I'm on the lookout for different, better paint brands, so I always appreciate a good breakdown. Like I know wave 3 of too thin coats is currently got a Kickstarter. God damn, that yellow has really gotten into my brush. Just want to make sure it's fully clean. Even though I'm going back in with the same colour for the next coat, I want to make sure it's not getting like too deep into the brush and ruining and drying out the bristles, pushing out the bristles at the top. So let's get some paint thinner just to really clean it out. Yeah, Citadel. I'd say Citadel's all right at least. They've kind of they are the standard, but there are areas where they are lacking, like with the whites and their brighter silvers. And they're one of the most expensive too. So it doesn't hurt to branch out and try new stuff. At least. So I always think, oh, what if the perfect paint is like right around the corner? I'm never gonna. Don't look for it. Vallejo titanium white smells like yogurt. I haven't tried Vallejo's titanium white. Is that a good one? Would you recommend it? I need to go refresh my rinser, and it has been slightly over an hour, so I will take a break and stretch. So I'll see you guys in a second. Have fun delivering some managed democracy, Ryujin. But, yeah. I'm back with some refreshed water. Ready to do the second coat of the yellows. Hopefully clean them up a bit. And now I've had a bit of a warm-up, hopefully my brush control is a tad better. Because I know you're ideally not supposed to let paint go past, like, a third, 2/3 up the brush. That's something I'm not great at doing myself. So let's see. Let's try a bit better to keep it on the very end of the brush. Need to line my dudes up again to remember their order and make sure they're painted correctly. So him, 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 him. Okay, and we're all set up to do the second round. Oh yeah, that's looking very nice and very smooth on the second coat. And the wise words of Saint Duncan. As always go with 2 thin coats. And where is my other palette? Is it covered by something? There it is. Next time. I've already got the yellow out on this one. Shoulders. And the head dots. That extra colour has really brought down the the dry brushed highlights. Ah, Columbo. Yeah, hobbies aren't cheap. Whew. While converting does make the average project more expensive because you're buying like 2 to 3 kits instead of 1. Fortunately, the time it takes to make those kits helps stretch it out. So the difference isn't too costly, and even then, you can, if you get good enough with reusing parts and leftover bits and only getting stuff on deals, then I'd say converting might actually be cheaper than normal building. But man, I've posted about it on my Twitter, but I was looking into like generative music, synth stuff, just to make my own background music so I don't have to worry about copyright stuff. And I'm doing it with like a virtual program where I just download and everything's for free. But I was like Googling some of the stuff to like, oh, how do I use this part or that part or this instrument or this device? And it came up with, oh, there's the digital version you can use for free, or there's the physical version you could buy. And it's like, well, I really like the sound this one makes, so how expensive would it be to get a physical one? And it was 400 quid for a single tiny, like, rectangular device. And it's like, Jesus. Like the cost of a PS4 just for a single device, which normally goes in like a station of a dozen or so. And so it's like, it's allowed me to appreciate Warhammer a bit more, where it's like, man, it's expensive, but at least it's not that expensive. Whew. Yeah, the conspiracy board looking image. Because it's very... You gotta plug everything together with wires. And it's like, oh, this patch makes this sound, so you plug it into this one, which changes in that way, and then you plug it into the output and the speaker, and before you know it, you've got more wires than a tech priest. Does make me really feel like tech priest, just with the wires and the different devices and the almost made up tech terms, like, oh, this is the oscillating reverb and this is the modal synthesizer, and it's like, well, what happens if I plug it into here and then use that device? But yeah, somewhere between a tech priest and Charlie Day from It's Always Sunny, when he's got the conspiracy of Pepe Sylvia. And he's got his conspiracy board with wires and pictures and everything. But yeah, just looking for... We're seeing, like I said, if it's music I can make for my own YouTube or stream stuff, because I've been a fan of a lot of YouTube stuff for ages and been watching it for years and following creators, and they always say, copyright strikes and they'll always mess you up. So I was thinking, what if I could just... I want background music for my things, but don't have to risk everything getting taken down for them. So it's like, well, what if I make it myself? And I can't play an instrument, but I do know, like, algorithms and devices, and I can read a graph, so that works. It's funny you say that, but if you just take out the shoe part, I have heard somebody say that in a tutorial I was following. Modulation, frequency, and timbre, or timbre, are all legitimate terms in it. But then, I reckon even if you could get a shoe, it's like, there's probably like a weird module called a shoe. It's like people make their own, like, devices where it's like, oh, you plug it into this and it does that sound, and people give them wacky names. So a shoe, it wouldn't surprise me if I ran into a shoe. No sound engineers. Oh yeah, oh man, it's been ages since I've seen a Mighty Boosh. Yeah, it would be nice to, like, hire someone who can play an instrument to make music for me. But I don't think I'm quite at that point yet. Made a few videos, but still haven't got any money from YouTube. It was like, teased me with the potential of it. It's like, oh, once you got some money, but you can't pay out until you get this much. And I haven't reached the minimum payment threshold. But it would be very nice to just be able to fund my mini collections with mini videos. Definitely help the build a lot too. Because the more bits the better. Kind of real nice look to this yellow on the second coat. It's coming through, I don't know, not quite warmer, but it's way less patchy. Not sure if this coat will be enough. Might need to do a third. See how that affects the colour, but I am liking the sound of what I mentioned before and shading it with the contrast Yandan yellow. Well, YouTube says I've earned enough for a Happy Meal. They haven't given me the money for it yet, but they say I've earned it. Probably getting close to 20 hours of content. Like, not my proper video breakdowns, that's probably, like, what? Maybe hitting it, maybe hour, 40 minutes of those, but with my streams I've probably hit, let's see, I've done, like, what, 4 or 5, 3 hours each? Maybe. Yes, an example of Avalanche Sunset shaded with Yandan yellow. It's a very weird place because it's very unrelated, but where's my brush to dust it? I have painted this Griff Charger years ago, but that beak is Yandan yellow over Avalanche Sunset, so that'll give it a nice warmth, so I'll try that yellow recipe out. But for now, next coat of yellow onto the Auto Cannoneer. It'll probably be, what, about 2 hours after I've hit all this, then I can make a start on the silvers. It's quite bright on the helldivers. I mean, it might just look like a very bright silver against the black armour, but I'm not sure whether to start with lead belcher, because that's a good mid silver, or whether to just start with the bright one. I'll start with lead belcher, just let that dry on someone, then see how that looks. I'll maybe try the two thin coats, one of those, and see if I can shake it up well enough to get it a decent consistency. Warp lightning. Yeah, no, warp lightning, is that a greenish? I think I tried that out, but... And yeah, I use Black Templar for a few things, but definitely not Black Templar armor. It's weird. Like, that's obviously what it's named after, but it doesn't do it's not great for that purpose. I feel like on my mech, or just generally more metallic builds, I use Black Templar to give it a look of, like, if I really want to darken something. So I've got Basilicanum Grey that I use if I want to darken stuff more than a wash. But then Black Templar, over like a type of corrugated wire, it makes it look like it's like got a rubber coating when you paint it over silver. It's like, yeah, it is weird, because the first time I used Black Templar, it's like, well, this is a black and I'm painting it over a white, so I want to thin it down and be careful to not go too extreme straight away, and then it was just a green. It's like, that's weird, because even if it's got some colour in it, you expect it to be more like a blue, because like a blue tinted black is like a very common way to paint Black Templars. But green, that green really threw me. It feels like they also kind of... Yeah, using it over vehicle tyres. Like I said, it gives that good rubbery plastic coating look. What was I going to say before that? Ah, well. Oh yeah, I think they realised that their Black Templar contrast isn't that good, because like in a second wave of contrasts they did a new Black Legion black, which seems to have replaced it in all the times I've seen them mentioned like black contrasts, or just black paints in their video tutorials. So it might be one of those cases where it has a few niches, but the main thing it was made for, they did something better for it. Yeah. Then on the second coat of this I realise, I'm probably best just sticking off to one single line of yellow on the top of the knee pads. So there'll be a lot of cleaning up on the extra bits I did on the first pass. But it is what it is. But I'm surprisingly pleased about how well the Eandon yellow has been doing, at least. I was expecting to need like at least 3 layers, probably more. But it is most of the way there in 2. Like, I might only need to do a few parts with a 3rd coat in yellow. Run this is a true crime podcast. It's a bit of a left turn. But I can see the appeal to having a bit more conversation going on. Might want to keep an eye out for Artist Empire on Twitter, because one of the reasons why I thought to start like just recording this and then also having a bit of conversation, talking with like people who show up over it, is based on Artist Empire's like Twitter Spaces like hobby chat, where it's just a few people talking about hobby stuff. But yeah, I can definitely see the appeal to making it more like a podcast, but the main purpose of this to me is just to record the painting so I can use it in a video later. Like, the talking is something is nice. The hobby chat is something nice to like have over it, but I don't see it like becoming the focus of it, if you understand. Just want to try and keep this a relaxed hobby chat while I paint my minis and get some footage for my videos. Think of all the happy. I could buy a lot of Happy Meals, yeah. I mean, I can see the. I don't get the appeal of true crime. Like, I'm a huge fan of like detective shows, but I want to see what the true aspect has to do with it. I mean, I know that is like a super popular area for like true crime podcasts and that kind of thing. True crime and fake war, with all the Warhammer minis painting going on. Might be something worth testing out. Find someone else to talk to, so it's not just me droning on for hours. Oh yeah, now we're on to the second coat of gold. Oh boy, that is a Very yellowy water. Then back to Retributor. Still surprised, still pleasantly surprised about how good a state that paint is in, despite not having used it for definitely quite a while at this point. Yeah, second person might be a good idea. Not sure who though, because I don't know. I'm not hugely talkative online, so I haven't, I don't know, made a lot of friends. People I'd be comfortable with doing that with in the hobby space. And I don't need to worry too much about my own boredom, because I'd just be doing this anyway, just listening to some music and painting, if it wasn't for these streams. But I'll consider it, because sometimes I'll just kind of do a similar thing to this, just painting and chatting, but like not streaming it with my girlfriend when she's over, because she paints Necrons and Tyranids, and so while I'll be doing my AdMech building and whatnot, she'll be doing all sorts of whatever glow effects on her stuff. But I don't know. Let's see. Like I said, if you want to watch that kind of thing yourself, there's spaces, Twitter spaces. I sometimes jump in with Artist Empire on Twitter, funnily enough, and he sometimes streamed that, but he was a big inspiration for starting to make my own stuff and put it out there and actually talk to people about it. So I wonder if it'd be worth asking him. That is a very nice gold now. Oh. I wonder what I should do there, his chest device button light says. Need to make sure to give the brush a very good clean. Makes that yellow, what's it called? Heavily pigmented, it's very concentrated colour. Another paint smelling story. Primitive of Windsor. Ugh. Rancid water. If it's cadmium yellow, that's one of like the, I don't know, traditional painting classics I go to. Is the cadmium like an actual substance? Because I guess it could probably go off, I guess. So it's just like your paint gone off. Oh, but yeah, I appreciate the feedback. I'm still figuring all this out myself, so the ideas are stuff worth looking into, or considering at least. I think there'll be a lot of silver, so I'm not sure I'll be able to get that done today. But let's get a proper show off, and gold going there too. Might need one more coat just to make sure it's all as good as possible. But this guy's looking very nice. Okay, hopefully, last coat of Avaland. And since this is just to bring the colour up on the biggest parts, I think won't need to worry about going over all the details. I'll just go over the most obvious parts. Just to get that surface colour as good as possible. Because at a certain point, it's like, how can I explain this? It's not a completely clean coat. Like, some parts of it are darker, but you can almost use that to your benefit and use it like a kind of highlight. Like, this next coat of the colour it's mostly smooth as it is, but it's not bright enough. So I can add another coat of the colour, but only do it on the areas you'd broadly highlight. Just so it basically is a highlight, I guess. Yeah, it's like I'd need another coat or two to get it looking like the colour straight out the pot. But you can use that to your advantage by just having that become like the shaded version, and then the colour from the pot becomes the edge highlighted. Don't worry about being distracted. I was probably rambling anyway, but it's just of the colour as it is now. It's an even coat, so it's not hugely patchy, but it's not as bright as it can be, so I need... The next coat would make it brighter, but I don't need to worry about getting it everywhere, because it's not patchy, it's not too patchy, so the next coat would only brighten it, and if you're only brightening it, then that's basically acting like a highlight. So I can only paint the raised parts. It's just another benefit to starting over a black base colour. Magic the Gathering, they announced a new set. It's not something I've gotten into myself. The card game of choice I went into as a kid was Yu-Gi-Oh! And I've always been aware of Magic, but it's just a case of when I was into card games, it's like, nah, I've already got one I'm on, and then since then it's just been not going to worry about. Don't have the time or money to invest into another card game. Thin Seraphim or Agrax to darken some areas? Yeah, well, I was wondering between the two. Well, not Agrax, because I use Army Painter's Dark Tone, which is basically Agrax, but I was thinking of using one of them to shade, or I was going to see how it looked with a Eandon Yellow as a shade instead. Oh, you don't play, you collect. Oh, that's focusing on the expensive part. But Magic has been going crazy with crossovers from what I've seen. Like, they had a Warhammer crossover, they had a Lord of the Rings crossover, they had a Walking Dead crossover. That one was particularly weird. Boy, have I watched the movie Pacific Rim. I love Pacific Rim. It's some good old giant robot action. I'd love to make a Jaeger-inspired knight. Like, oh boy, I'd love to make it Cherno Alpha. But its head shape is just too weird, so I haven't had any good ideas for it. Or, like, I've had ideas for it, but just not come up with what parts I could use. But yeah, big fan of Pacific Rim. It's probably the movie I've watched the most. Because it's just my go-to of, I've got some time to kill. I'll be on my computer doing this or that, and I'll just have Pacific Rim on in the background. I think I watched it 7 or 8 times when it was out in the cinemas. Great experience. Especially one of those times was in IMAX, and oh boy, you could really feel the bass of the loud punches. Jay, what'd you ask? You got some Pacific Rim Warhammer ideas yourself? Because, like, a good obvious go-to is a knight, but scale-wise, Jaegers are probably closer to Titans. Which, a Titan conversion is, like, sounds cool because the whole crazy scale of it. But Titans are not cheap. What other mecha have I considered making? Well, if you like my BT, as in BT7274, I have also done a Legion-inspired mech. Keeping on the Titanfall train. And I was thinking about making a video on him soon too. It's a Black Templar's Dreadnought at the centre, but extended the legs, got some Brutalis style arms, giving him some back vents. And got a good old chain gun attached to the arm. And then, already on my desk is some like ideas for a next one, which I do want to try and make a North Star, because you can see how the basic skeleton and circular chest ready for that. It's just... I got distracted with the idea for some new helldivers, but once the helldivers are done, I do want to finish off my North Star. Thank you for the compliment, Magos. I do like my mecha conversions. And I've considered making a lot, and I've got ideas for many, but it's just a matter of matching up the parts and stuff, and finding the right kits to use, and just, you know, actually making it. Well, you can do it. It's not easy to get into, but like I just started with simple like weapon swaps and helmet swaps on my Black Templars, and I just slowly worked my way up and got to the point where I can do these big conversions. And I do make videos on them to like break it down into relatively simple instructions in case anybody wants to try it themselves. You just gotta practice at it quite a bit, but it's doable. Armored Core Battle Mech doable? Yeah, they're doable. I do want to do an Armored Core style build. I'm not that into Battletech, so I couldn't say much about that, but I'd love to do like Raven's default loader, or the other Raven, Nightfall, from Armored Core 6. So I feel like that would be a good, another good Armiger build. A lot of what I do is Armiger builds. And I'm not planning on it, but I did give some thoughts to the Helldivers mech, the Patriot exosuit. Like, I said on Twitter, it's probably possible to like make a full Imperial Guard style army based on Helldivers, and a sentry might be a good starting point for the Patriot exosuit. You'd need a bit of changing with finding the right loadout and swapping the legs around a little, because it's got some big, bulky, stompy legs like a Dreadnought, probably. A Sahelanthropus vid. Ooh, yeah, Sahelanthropus would be a cool build. Cause I've shown off my Rex on stream before, and unfortunately I just didn't take enough photos when I was making that to probably make a video on, but what could I... A Sahelanthropus could be a good thing to do with out of a Armiger. Again, Armigers are just kind of my go-tos for mechs, because they're got a lot of what you need for mech parts, and they're also small enough where you can use a lot of... You have an abundance of smaller parts from like smaller infantry kits, because when you go up to full like Questoris Knights, then you become much more limited with parts because you can't find stuff that is big enough to use on it. But Armigers, Armigers are good. Ooh. Yeah, I've heard lots of good things about Battletech, because that's another thing you hear a lot about in the like hobby Warhammer space. Is like Battletech's a good one. The potential is there. It's just I've already bogged myself down with Warhammer builds to have the time and money to get into a whole different tabletop. But yeah, a Stormhawk propeller inside what is it? The chest of a knight. Yeah, that's... Ooh. Because I do have some spare Stormhawk bits, and scale-wise, that probably would line up with a knight. I do have a knight. He's kind of chunky and a very early build. So there's some things I'd definitely change again, but he's an upright knight I made, and one of the big areas was finding something to put on the chest. Using the shoulder pad for the chest wasn't something I was that pleased with in the end, but like I mentioned before, at this kind of scale it's hard to find the right parts, but an interceptor, a Stormhawk interceptor, like jet engine front would be a good, interesting piece to build stuff around to do a Gypsy Danger style. Battletech is a lot more economical to get into. What are the kit's way cheaper? It's probably cheaper to play because I don't assume you've got as large as armies as you do in Warhammer. But I barely play Warhammer. I barely play Warhammer. I'm mostly just a collector. So how is the price? I don't know. What is it like price-wise to collect BattleTech stuff? Each box is a lance or star or level. They range from 25 to 40 quid in each box. Enough. Yeah, that is way more economical than Warhammer stuff. Could use a plasticard to make a sword of Gypsy Danger and use a dreadnought armor piece to blend in with the arm. I do have experience with plasticard swords. There's the one I made for my BT. That is mostly plasticard. Yeah, the forearms, or the arms and forearms would be a place of a bit of contention for a Jaeger Knight. Because forearms are very weird in Warhammer stuff. Especially, forearms are weird for Warhammer mechs. Because they don't like to have forearms, they like to combine the forearm into the fist. Like, let me get the arm from my knight. You can see we got the upper arm here, but there is no forearm, it is all fist. So that is something I've had to like build forearms and use smaller hands on a lot of mine. Like, here is my tank head, and I had to make the forearm out of plasticard around a, what is it? Out of a Cataphront Battle Servitor like gun barrel, and then I had to use the smaller hands from a Castellan robot. So that'd probably be a kind of tricky point to work around on on a Jaeger build. But yeah, weird design quirk in Warhammer. They don't like forearms and they don't like hands either. They're still talking about mechs. Like a lot of mechs, they don't have hands or forearms. They just go straight into a gun or a chainsword or something. So that makes building mechs of them kind of tricky. Oh yeah, if it's all for punching, then wrist is a big breaking point. Like that's when you do any kind of martial art, you got to make sure your form's right. Got to make sure you land your fist dead on. Can't, because if it's coming in at an angle, that's going to injure you a lot. I can understand why they do it mechanically. It's just from a design standpoint, it is kind of iffy, I guess. Not iffy, just something that makes making mechs awkward. Okay, the next guy to do the next layer of yellow trim on is the heavy. I still need to look up a reference for some of the Helldiver armor with the extra armor on the chest. Because in the... where is it? In the kasrkin, he has like a different type of greeny patch for it. So I was wondering if I should tint it with a different kind of contrast. Then the other shoulder trim. Hope I'll have enough decals. Because I need about, what, 20? Yeah. I need 20 skull decals because their shoulders have a skull on it each. Wonder if I could mix it up a little. Like have a winged skull on one side and just a regular skull on the other. Because I don't think there'll be any place I can use this skull decal. You're having trouble making BT mech out of plasticard, but I've been having trouble with the legs and arms. Any pointers? Do you mean like making armor out of the plasticard for the legs and arms? Because there's a few tips I did for when I made mine. And what do you mean trouble? Like having trouble cutting it to the right shape, having trouble gluing it onto the mech, having trouble... Are you making the leg out of plasticard itself, or are you like just making armor out of it? Because I can show an example of... It took me a few tries to get the right shape with my plasticard armor. Let's see. Where is it? Yeah, there it is. Because you can see I took a few attempts to figure out the right shape with the plastic card before I was happy with it and can glue it together. And I drew a grid on it. Ooh, making the arms from scratch. Ooh. If you're just using plasticard, then that might be a bit tricky. I'd recommend like getting some plastic rod to kind of make a skeleton out of, and then you can armor that up. Because yeah, it's something in a lot of mechs like exposed waist, because that's a good opportunity to show a lot of the mechanical detail and really make it look like, oh no, there's a whole crazy level of detail getting this thing moving. Because for the arms of my BT, I used Armiger arms and Cataphren, like weapons from Cataphrons, because they have a good like cylindrical shape, and that's kind of, I made the skeleton with the Cataphren barrel cylinders and then armoured that up. Where's a picture of the arms? There's a picture. Like you can see that bit in the middle is like the forearm made from a Cataphren barrel, and that hooks in up to the upper arm, which is all Armiger stuff. Yeah, something that helps me make, well, just make stuff in general is kind of break it down into its simplest shapes. It's a weird thing that I picked up once I like tried to learn game development and making stuff in Unity. It's called like using primitives, where it's just like, I need to make this complex thing. I'm going to simplify it down into a square or a rectangle or a cylinder and a circle. And then once I've got that basic skeleton of it together, then I can armor it up in a way I need. So yeah, I started with a Cataphren cylinder, and then you can see to the right, that is the forearm armor, which I made out of just like a curved engine piece from a Sidonian Dragoon, but that could very easily just be made out of plasticard armor. You just might not get as smooth as edge. And then the upper arm armor is just part of the Armiger armor because it can fit around the arm that I just magnetized to the upper arm. But yeah, Armiger arm parts because Armiger upper arm parts because they come with a nice elbow joint, and then the forearm is Cataphren barrels just because they have a nice cylinder. Cataphren weapon barrels. Cataphrens are a kit I go to constantly for parts, just because they have a good variety and a good amount, because there's lots of weapon options, so you'll always have stuff spare. But yeah, hopefully that covers it a bit. I think I go more in depth on my full video for BT, so that might. It's always useful if you're making a BT yourself. Yeah, a lot of good mech designs use. It's like design language, design style. They use the same type of things over and over. It's kind of hard to do it when you're working with existing parts because you can't just kind of copy paste a part and then rescale it to have the same repeating shapes. But it is a big element of just mech design of using the same type of circle or triangle or type of like sleek line. It helps give a mech like a kind of unified look. Like Towers very much love their like boxy shapes. I didn't like it initially with their initial, what is it, their crisis battle suits. Like there was like early days for Tau where they were like honing in on their design, but then with the ghost keel I love the Ghost Keel design and their new Farsight. And they've gotten more complex, but they've still got the same like boxiness, and they like to have repeating, like, I don't know, like square indents going down the segments of their armor, and then they've also got the Tau symbol themselves, which is just a good circle design, which is repeat in a few places. It's not specifically repeated, but there's also circles are always a good bit to indicate a joint, because like that's the basis of a hinge joint. Like that's what I did. That's to use my tank head for an example. You can see the use of circles here, circles here, circles here, circles here. They always circles on the shoulder, because it's always good to indicate here's where a joint is, here's where it can pivot around a central circle. And then for big plates of armor, that's where you can incorporate more angular patterns, just because armor's there to cover stuff up. But yeah, hopefully that was a bit of a insight into some mech stuff, and I hope it helps with you making your BT. I do have mine sitting right behind me. Good old BT. Yeah. I did go into an unnecessary amount of effort to magnetize it all, so I can just go and show off. Here's the arm at its core, where it is just a Cataphren weapon barrel, just like trimmed, have magnets put into it, and then fit into the armature upper arm, and then used a Cataphren hand, magnetized at the end. And then, like I said, this is some armor, but this can very easily be made out of plasticard that just magnetizes on, and then the upper arm armor. Because for converting, you wanna use as much of the existing parts as possible, just because it can take a lot of time to make stuff, to like when you're making it out of plasticard. So use what pre-made parts when you can, where they fit. Like the legs of this are just pretty much armature legs. They're just like modified them so they connect slightly differently, so they can sit at a more relaxed angle. But all that is just the armature legs with plasticard armor on top. Whew. I think that is the second coat of yellow done. Oh, sorry, third coat of yellow. Third and final, and I don't think I even need a extra coat of that gold, because he's looking very good just as is. So let's try shading it with Eandon. BT 2.0 with like holdable joints, yeah. Making my own like figure at that point. Tell you what, before that, I do need a break to stretch my legs and refresh myself. So, yeah, it's been 2.5 hours. That's another good point for a break. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, back. See your own thirdism. Have fun yourself. So. Next part is doing some shading the yellow to give it a bit more warmth with Eand yellow contrast. How is that looking? It's looking good. Almost orangey, which is what we want for warmth. Let's thin it down a bit, like equal parts contrast and water. Just because we don't want to like kind of overpower the underlying yellow we just spent a while painting. But we just want to, like, you know, shade it so it's darker in the recesses. Because that's all what painting is about. It's having some variety and having some depth to the colour. We want to have it, give it some brighter bits, we want to give it some darker bits. Oh boy, I got my cleanup cut out for me later, just because it's just something that happens when you paint some very high contrasting colours, and any overspill becomes very noticeable, and yellow on black is indeed noticeable. Not sure I'll get around to doing the silver, or at least definitely not finishing the silver today, unfortunately. Might be able to do one or two just to see how it will look, but it's probably going to be quite similar to the silver, where there are going to be a lot of finicky parts. So it'll be delicate and take some time. And I did make quite a few mistakes trying to do the knee pads on this earlier. Don't want to hide my mistakes, so let's see. Yeah, the knee pads. Because on the helldivers, the knee pads... Can I get a picture up? Yes. You can see on the helldivers, the knee pads, like, cover, like, the top half. So I was trying to do something similar to that, but I'm not... My hand is not steady enough, so... In the end... that one's turned out a bit better, but I still have a fair amount of cleanup to do. Because in the end, I think I'll only go with one line on the top part of the knee pad, because that's easier to keep under control with my mediocre freehanding. So I'll just have to clean the rest up with a black paint. But I'll probably also have a fair amount to clean up with the silvers. So wait till after the silver is done to do the cleanup on all of them. I'll probably use I'll probably be using Corvus Black for that, because that is a good, I don't know, like, not as dark as possible black. It's what I said before about how we want variety and depth. Because even the black, we don't want it all to be the darkest black all over. We want the very corners of it to be the darkest black. But we want any like surface areas that would naturally have more light hit them. We want them to be a like slightly brighter black, which is why I got the Corvus. And then for the very tops and the very most raised areas that'll be hitting the most light, or that'll have the most light hitting them, we want a grey. Oh, getting through those pretty quick. And even after this, I still might hit them with a proper shade of maybe thin down Seraphim Sepia, or maybe really thin down Brown Wash. Agrax, or my go-to Agrax alternative of Army Painter's Dark Tone. Just to really help shade it, because that'll make the recesses even blacker, which will really help cover up any lines or spillovers. Damn. Shaded already. Well, shaded with Eandon yellow. So, what next? I will attempt one of the silvers. Just make sure my brush is nice and clean. Do I start with Lead Belcher or do I start with Iron Hands? Let's get our reference image up to take a look at how bright the silver is. That is that's rather bright. How is my Lead Belcher looking? Very goopy. Maybe not. Okay, and how is my alternatives? My Tooth and Coats. These are the two brightest circuits, Silver and Mithril Blade. Really want to shake those up, because I tried some yesterday and the paint had separated from the metal in it, and it did not leave it in a usable state. So let's see again if that was enough to really mix it up. Okay, that's looking usable. Let's try, because I'll also be painting a lot of the fair amount of the gun with this. Because the gun has some black casing and then some silver metal underneath. Okay, that's looking good. Let's see. He's got some Silver knee pad buckles. His pouches are black. His belt buckle is silver, which serves as a nice highlight with the silver. There is the ammo magazine that is kind of impromptu one that I made up by cutting off the wires. That's going to be a silver. A lot of the weapon casing. There's a little thing at the back. Let's paint that silver. Just pure black gloves, so there's not much to do on the forearm either. What about the little forearm interface thing? Because that can work as a very nice detail to highlight, because it works thematically, because that's how helldivers call... Well, that's how helldivers choose what stratagems to call in. So that's a nice silver. I don't think I want to do the filters on the mask. Filters on the mask here, because these are a bit too chunky. So having them too much silver would be a bit of a distraction, but there is a little kind of chin patch, which I think makes for a nice silver. Plus there is the winged skull on the head. There's also the skull on the gun. And the barrel. The barrel sticking out the gun. Any other spots we can pick out? Weapon sight. Well, what is it? Iron sights? A little indicator for that. What about the scope? Scope. Does anything have a scope on it? I swear it does. I might need to Google a Liberator. The Liberator, let's see. No, the scope is a kind of grey, not a silver. Let's pick out a detail or two on it, just to get some silver on there, because I'm not liking how much black it is. So the little dial to adjust the sights, that's silver, but... Okay. That is... I think all the main colours on it? That silver wasn't... I was expecting to take way longer on details, but that is pretty good. I might actually be able to do the silver on them today. And I was pleasantly surprised about how well the Tooth and Coat's Surcoat Silver is. So let's get some more of that out on the palette and get painting silver. Well, thank you, Mr. Cornish Knight. Still a bit of cleaning up to do once that's all done, but there's some. That is going to be the main colour palette. There's also going to be the detail, like a green detail I want to do for the weapon sights, but as I said, that is just a detail. So we got the knee pad buckle, the belt buckle, the chest aquila, the, I don't know, chest device thing? Couldn't see it on the last guy because his arm was covering it, but that thing on his chest. Little helmet chin patch. His forehead. The stratagem selection device. Now, I don't know if I want to go full crazy with details, but I could paint the little buttons on the stratagem calling device. I'm not sure colour what to do because different stratagems have different colours, so there's no one consistent colour. There is the kind of not quite rifle stock. Thing normally at the back of the gun you brace it on you with. Just want to pick out enough details where it makes it obviously silver is part of the scheme. Oh yeah, there is going to be some chipping with it later, so yeah, it depends on the strategy of the category of the stratagem, because like orbital strikes and eagle strikes are red, resupplies and respawns are yellow, support weapons are blue and sentries are green, so I feel like doing each a different colour to represent the different stratagems might be a bit too visually distracting, having a red, a blue, a green, or maybe a red, a yellow, whatever. Oh, getting into the fine detail, painting the little skull on the side of the rifle. Then, that is a very nice silver. I'm not I might not even need a full second coat. It might just be a similar case to the last coat of yellow, where it was, I'm just going to do it on the most raised bits. Just to, I don't know, do a simple highlight. I mean, I know the range is literally called two thin coats, but it has got some great coverage. Ooh, okay. This guy's the shotgun, so I need to think a bit differently about the weapon. So he has the muzzle, the bit sticking out the front. Yeah, he gets a lot more silver on his weapon. He has the kind of exposed frame, the grip and the reloading mechanism. And yeah, the one that bit covers. He gets the rail on top. And he gets the little bit at the back. Now the question is, do I paint this kind of like bird wing thing on the side? Because I feel like that might be a bit too much silver. What does the reference image say? Or in fact, let's Google. Because I know a popular shotgun is the Breaker. What does that look like? So there is the Breaker. That has a yellow line across it. But then one of my go-tos is the Punisher shotgun. How does that look? Oh, that has a big silver casing right down the body. Yeah, let's go silver. And there's going to be a hell of a lot of cleanup anyway, so there's a little, I think it's the shell eject port. Paint the inside of that silver. Requires a bit of cleanup, but like I said, there's going to be a fair amount of cleanup on this thing anyway. And little box at the back of the helmet. Flamethrower next. See, I was thinking, oh, I'm so lucky because I had the optional objective to use the flamethrower with when I was playing yesterday, and I thought, oh, this would be my perfect chance to take a good look at it to try and remember it for reference later, but too distracted in the game. I was just focused on the mission. So I'm going to need to look it up again. So let's see, what does the Helldivers flamethrower look like? Can I not find a good image of just the flamethrower itself? Can't find any clear images of it. However, it shouldn't be too tricky to just find a way to paint it, because there is a good amount of like exposed tubing and piping, so hopefully that we can just pick out a part of the model like that, and that can be good. And we get a nice shiny canister too. How does the actual end of the flame, the kind of grill bit, look like? Because on the kasrkins, it is like a burnt copper type deal. But I'm not sure I want to introduce a whole other colour into this game. So I might just do it silver. That's not bad. That'll be the one. Be one of the areas that needs a second coat later, though. But that works for now. Sorry, I'm always like pulling it towards me off screen. It's just I have a habit of like really hunching over the model. Yeah, that's as far as my desk edge goes. I really like to anchor on the very edge, which probably does not make for a good... It's hard to really show stuff when I'm crouching over it so much like that. But okay. So... knee pad buckles. Belt buckle. Chest logo. Chin patch. Forehead patch. Stratagem selector on the forearm. Then, what part of the autocannon is silver? Autocannon. At the very least, we got the good old exposed barrel. So that's one good chunk that is a good go-to to paint silver. Then what next? There's my pile of paint. There's the kind of hammer? Cocking mechanism? Whatever it is on the back. Part of the ammo barrel. And the iron sights, I guess. Part of the scope. And some of the ammo itself, because that's a very nice detailed bit I want to draw attention to. I'd say he looks good. Just one last bit of the little box that the head camera connects to. And we are halfway done, maybe more, with the silvers. Oh boy, this guy's gonna have a lot of silver. He's got the fancy device backpack. So, belt skull. Knee pad attachment. The other one is covered. Chest insignia. Chest device thing. Stratagem selector. What parts of his weapon? The magazine, there is the skull insignia. There's the weapon stock. Oh yeah, the last two guys, they get different fancy weapons. Because the sniper has the railgun, and the body of that is... what, a grey, silver? And then the leader, because he has better stats weapons, I want to give him the... what is it called? The Liberator Penetrator, which is like the armor piercing / explosive version. No, it's the armor piercing version. So both of the last two, their weapons get. I think I'm going to paint them grey seer. Yes. What part of this objective device he's holding gets painted silver? Because he has a lot of fancy doohickeys on that. Yeah, what exactly is the railgun? So I remember it being like a kind of... yeah, it's like a kind of shiny off-white. So I was thinking of doing grey seer for that. Because that is a good off-white. And unlike any of their brighter whites, because any brighter than that and you start running into problems of the white paint being tricky to paint and it breaking down and you need multiple coats. So I was thinking the grey seer is a good bright enough but not pure white. So let's see, they get the objective, gets the insignia on it. Gets a little meter indicator. Gets a fancy patch. Get some things on the side. Part of its handles. That gets that big chunk of stuff at the bottom. And I would say that is probably enough. And finally, the little box on the back of his head that I would always leave to last on them for some reason. There you go. Come on, focus. Shaping up pretty well after today's painting session. Sure, I think that grey sear would be a good colour for the railgun. Because I only got this one and the next one to paint, and then it's moving on to the fancy stuff. Oh, his insignia is barely visible, so best paint it as much as I can, but it is in a very hard to reach place. And then stratagem selector. And parts of the gun. Just thinking, what will I be doing in the week? What painting will I be doing in the week? Because these are now, once the silver's on, that's most of the colours, so it'll probably be some cleanup and details. It'll be the cleaning up with Corvus Black. It'll be the weapon scopes and helmet camera bits in a green, which I'll be doing with a contrast over white. I might do another pass of yellow just to pick out any bits. Like I see that there's a panel on the gun which I saw that some of the guns had like yellow or orangey stripes on them. So the gun might have, that might be a good spot to add a flash of colour on the gun. Next Up is the rocket launcher guy. Oh, this is a very nice silver. Too thin coats range. Gotta try more of it now. Oh yeah, I do the texture paint for all these bases too. Okay, so the recoilless rifle. How does that look? I have the guy on the end here has it. Okay, so patches of silver throughout. So let's see. Oh, there's a few, like, latches. Buckled buckles attaching his chest armor, which seem like a perfect spot for some silver. Because there are lots of buckles all over the normal helldiver armor that aren't as present in the kasrkins, so I'll highlight those when I can. Some more on the underside, and some more just under his armpit. Okay, that's good. And then, okay. Okay, there's that chunk in the middle of it. Oh no. I forgot about the optional bits. The, what's it called? The guard dog. He's got a lot of spots I need to paint silver, and the backpacks too. This needs some more silver spots on it. Where can I paint? Okay, let's see how it's painted normally on a Space Marine. Space Marine Devastator Squad. Okay. So that big back chunk of it is silver too. I like the look of that, so let's do that too. That will definitely need some shading afterwards to blend it in, because a lot of the time you can get away with not doing shades or washes if it is just like a small patch of the model. But this part is big enough where I need to definitely shade it. And then, what is it? That's just the barrel, not the muzzle, the tip. Then I think that leaves it in a nice state of silvery enough. Let's see. There he is. Might need to go over the silver with a second coat because it does come off as a tad patchy there, but there we go. Okay, that's sniper. He gets knee pad buckles, belt buckle. Can't see much on his chest because the rifle is in the way. Gets the helmet chin patch. Gets the head insignia. Gets the box at the back of his head. He gets his stratagem device. And as mentioned, pick out that bit of silver, but his gun becomes mostly off-white. Then, before I forget, we get the loaded backpack. Let's see which parts are silver. Not much of it is actually silver. Okay. We'll just find what details if we don't have to worry about any big parts. Of course, we've got to pick out the skull. Then we'll do that cylindrical piece that looks to be holding the rockets, shells, whatever big chunk of ammo that is, in place. There we go. And then the resupply pack. I think it's just the ammo chain. It's poking out the bag. That is very nice. And then Rover. He has a lot of parts of exposed thruster. Which should be a nice silver. Whew. Getting old. I'm feeling it in my back. Been hunched over painting for too long. Need to think about my posture more than not at all. Though, to be fair, it has been, what, 3.5 hours? Well, I wanted to get a lot of painting done today. Then what else can we paint silver on here? Some logos. There's going to be the plasma gun tip, I guess. Gotta stretch to make sure my hand doesn't cramp up too. I sometimes get it when painting stuff on these skewers for too long. My go-to way of like holding stuff to prime them and then just hold them until assembly is using these crocodile clips on bamboo skewers, which holds them great, but evidently I'm not great at holding the skewers themselves. And then there's just a small detail on either side of the gun which looks nice. There we go. What else is there? Let's do the... Let's do the off-white of the leader's gun and the railgun next. Gotta get around to them at some time. And always gotta give a brush a good clean after using metallics. Because metallics can get to the very end, and once they dry there, they fray the brush a lot. Gracia, there it is. That is a nice off-white, grey, almost slightly blue. Very light hints of blue. Kind of close to Celestra Grey, which is one of my go-tos for basing for blue light effects. Okay, so gun painting time. Start off with the simpler one, the leader's gun. Oh yeah, this is going to need 2 coats at least. So, what is everybody else painting this weekend? I know some... What was the release this week for the Warhammer stuff? Was it the... I know it was some more Horus Heresy stuff, but was it some more Imperialis stuff, or was it the... Solar, the pre-guard, the guys in void suits. They had some... I can't remember the name for the life of me. Ooh, some Ambots. Those are the Necromunda models. They have almost like buggy faces, don't they? Always thought it'd be nice to pick some of those up because they had... Well, if there's any type of robot, I'm always looking to pick some up for some mech parts, but... I've seen some cool conversions with those. I also want to pick up the Necromunda, the Enforcer's Automaton. Because that's a new one, which is, like I said before, cool robot parts. It's like I don't have any immediate ideas for them, so I can get them on release, but it's always good to have parts in backup for when you do need them. Ooh. Yeah, that is a good... Like I said, always good to have parts in case you need them, and I imagine they have lots of good robot joints and other various mechanical details that could be slapped into your BT. That's a tad patchy, but it'll have to do for now. Is there anything I can paint in the meantime? I can go for a second coat of silvers. Just go over anywhere that desperately needs those. While that grey dries. So, I still have some on my palette from before, which has dried out. It's very nice. Do you play much Necromunda then? Because I've always heard it's... I've always heard it's a good game to get into, and had people that say it's fun to play. And I've picked up a few models just because they also have some great models too, but never really seen what a game is like. Is it kind of like more like squad, individual based, like Kill Team? Yeah, it's hard to actually like arrange games with people. I barely play much 40k myself, and I've had many D&D groups fall apart just because scheduling is tough. Phew. Over 3.5 hours streaming now, Jesus. I'll probably call it when I get to 4 hours. Just because I need to stand up and stretch and eat. But I still want to get some more done today, maybe after food. Thank you for the tips. Got a lot further. Oh, no problem. I'm always happy to help. I've built a fair amount of robots at this point, and I'm always happy to help other cool robots get made. So I do my streams and post a lot on Twitter and do my video tutorials. It's nice to... It's like, this is a skill I've got that I can help other people with. Like I said, if I break it down a bit better in my BT video, and also I got a video on my tank head in which I also make arms for it, which you might find something useful in there too, hopefully. What Titan do I use? What do you mean Titan? As in like Imperial Knight? Because Titan's the full-scale big robots, the Forge World stuff. I haven't got any of those, but I use Imperial Knights. I use an Armiger because that's... I feel like it's big enough, but not too big. Because when you get to the bigger ones, like the Imperial Knight Questoris, that gets like too big to find. It's so big it's hard to find parts that work with it. But with the Armiger, you can always find smaller parts can fit much better on it. So you can use a lot of parts from like infantry and stuff. So, Armigers. I've built a lot of Armigers at this point. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4? 4 Armigers, and I'm building another with my North Star. And the Armiger, one of the pieces that will be troublesome with the Armiger kit is that one Armiger only comes with one elbow piece. Because I think it's one of the variants of Armiger has an elbow piece to attach to its chainsword. So if you want to build one Armiger properly with elbows, you'll need to buy 2 Armigers. But fortunately 2 Armigers come in a kit, but you still need to like maybe look for that piece like online or from bits shops just to see if you can get extra elbows to build an Armiger properly like that. Or actually, are you asking me what Titan I use in, like, Titanfall. It can get confusing because Warhammer has Titans, Titanfall has Titans, and I make Warhammer Knights based on Titanfall Titans. So, might be a bit confusing back and forth there, but in terms of Titanfall, I swap between a few. I think my highest rank is Monarch, just because it's easy to rank up without a lot, because it's survivable. But I'm partial to Legion. Sometimes play Scorch. When I went back to it kind of recently, I played North Star a bit, just because I was planning my North Star build and wanted to get some, like, see that a bit more. Oh yeah, I still need to do my daily missions. Oh yeah, you mean both. Yeah, I got a lot of time in on Monarch is probably the one I have most time in. North Star, I don't really use Ronin much. I feel like it's too squishy. I mean, did put a good amount of time into Titanfall, and I did, like, what is it, do the next generation, which means, like, level up all the Titans to max, and at least once. So I've played all of them a good amount, but yeah, mostly Monarch, bit of Legion, just because big, heavy gun go burr is always a fun thing to play. I haven't really done much with Ion or Tone. Like, Tone, it's got a good feeling explosive gun, but I think it's just a bit of a boring playstyle. I played Titanfall 2 on PC. Played it on. It's the only reason why I have EA's Origin launcher, and I don't play it super often. I go through periods of playing it more or less. Currently, don't play it much just because my main go-to game is Helldivers right now. But I always go back to it every now and then. Now we're past the dark times of it being not online. But even when it was, like, offline, taken down from, like, whatever server DDoS thing it was going under, there was, because I played on PC, there was, what is it called? Is it the North Star client? Yeah, North Star client, named after the Mech, that it's just allowed people to, like, connect to custom servers and play custom games. Like, I got a decent enough PC to play. That's where I play pretty much all my stuff. Oof. Probably going to need even a third coat of this grey seer. Hello, thank you for the compliment. Yeah, kitbashers are kind of my thing. Hope you enjoy my kitbashers. I got more to come. I think there's Helldivers thing currently working on. Do I ever think they'll make a Titanfall 3? I do not think so, no. Since EA bought them and their primary thing is Apex, I think they'll be just... And Apex is popular. I think it's just Apex until that studio is no more. It's kind of sad, but I have come to terms with it. Like, I'm not into Apex myself. I don't often play online games, so Helldivers is a weird exception, but that's been really fun. But Apex, not my thing, never got into it. And so every so often I see them teasing stuff, and it's like, oh, here's this cinematic trailer where they mentioned Monarch, and oh, this character is the child of Viper. But it's just, it's not Titanfall. It doesn't have the robots. It doesn't have the cool running mechanics. It's, and that's seemingly all that studio does. Well, they also do that Star Wars thing. But no, I've given up on the possibility of Titanfall 3. And even if they did, I think it's been so long where a lot of the people who made the first game what it was, I'm not sure even they're still working at that place. So even if we did get it, I'm not sure it would be what we wanted. Whew. Oh man, I forgot the silver on the other things. Fortunately, I got a nice big blob of silver still out on my palette that still hasn't dried up yet. I know that a lot of people use a wet palette, which is a fancy thing with some like greaseproof, like waterproof paper on top of like a sponge, which helps keep the paint moist so it doesn't dry out, so you can leave it for a while and come back to it like almost even a day or two after and it'll still be usable. But I don't use any particularly fancy stuff, and the stuff I've got works pretty good and I'm used to it. I mean, it's not even pretty good. I'm using just a piece of cardboard from a packaging thing as a palette, and that's served me well enough. I'm a bit of a cheapskate when it comes to some painting supplies, I guess. Well, but you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I love doing follow-up coats of paint because you don't need to hit everywhere again. If the paint is good enough, you'll have most of the coverage, then you just need to hit the most important spots for a good second coat, and you will be sorted. And I will do need to go take one last break, but then I'll be back and I will just be wrapping things up by putting the texture paint to do the bases for these guys. So I will be back in a minute. Okay, final stretch for today. I said I'd end it at about 4 hours, but probably go over a little. I'll just wrap up whatever. After however long it takes me to do the texture paint. Oh yeah, I haven't explained why or what. For this, I will be doing... there's a few options you can do for bases for these, whether it's, you want, like... You can do fancy ship details, you can do almost any type of scenery you want, because there's so many planets helldivers could be on. But something that particularly stands out to me from the game as a good base would be... would be Malevelon Creek, which is a kind of dark, grey, bluey planet. Mostly dirt and rubble, so I'll be using Astrogranite to do a kind of grey dirt base. I'll probably be shading that, maybe with a black shade just to darken it, but then definitely after a blue shade, probably Drakenhof Nightshade. Or maybe another dark blue shade, just to give it that blue tint. And then I do have some, like, grey-black burnt grass, and some weird alien jungle type leaves, bush details to really hone in on the space Vietnam vibes of Malevelon Creek. But for now, just need to start off with some Astrogranite just to get that base texture down. So I've got whatever this is, a Citadel applying thing. I will be painting up some of the capes in whatever styles to match their shapes later, but that'll come as part of the details. And that'll be some fine painting, some fine detail painting, which I've already done a fair amount today. I don't want to paint when I'm too tired because the quality will be too low. Because normally I don't paint this many. Normally I paint like in batches of 5 tops. So doing... I mean, more than 10, this is a squad of 13? yeah, it's a lot more than I'm used to painting, so it's taken a while longer than usual for me. I did use the wide end of this, but these bases are kind of small. So I might swap around to the other end after this. But I always try to do texture paints as one of the last things in a painting session, because like they need to like dry overnight. So I like to end a painting session on texture paints or shades or something, because they have the longest to dry, so it's good to end on that, so you can be all ready by the time you do them next. Okay, so yes, gonna clean off the wide end. And use the narrow end. And after this, I'm going to have some food, refuel, and then hop on Helldives to try and do the daily missions today. Because I have not logged on and done them yet, and that is a good 15 medals I don't want to miss out on. Making sure the texture paint is all spread to the edges. I normally use astrogranite debris, which is the kind of thicker version of astrogranite, which has more debris in it, more like rubbly bits, because I use them for my admech as a style of like debris, because they live on like a destroyed planet, so it's filled with all junk and stuff. But Games Workshop has stopped selling that apparently, which is a shame. I have to see how long my regular old stash of astrogranite debris lasts. And then, I don't know, see if I can find an alternative online. Because that's happened a few times now where GW has changed their paint recipes or stopped selling a paint, and like a different third party, well, not a third party, just a different hobby brand has made stuff as a nice replacement, since GW officially doesn't want to do it anymore. Like their old Agrax and Null Oils, they changed all their shades. They changed the formula for it, so it became a lot. I mean, functionally, it became better as a wash or a shade because it settled in the recesses better and it didn't tint the rest of the model a bit more, but a lot of people's paint recipes... I changed a lot of people's paint recipes because they got used to how the colour changed, how it changed the colour of everything it went over. And I was one of them. I was like in the middle of an arm painting an arm. It's my ad mech. I'm never done painting my ad mech. But yeah, it changed the way stuff looked. So if I want to not have my ad mech look way brighter, switch to the Army Painter's dark tone instead of Game Workshop's null Nile. See, the capes are getting quite a bit in the way of their the texture paint, but it's fine. If some debris or dust or basing material gets on the bottom of the capes, then it's weathering. Auto cannoneer next. Oh man, I forgot something. The sniper and the leader, they are like standing on a rock formation, and I haven't painted that yet. So I guess I'll have to paint that after and paint it a grey to try and match. Ideally, I should have done it before doing the texture stuff, but okay, halfway. Just need to make sure I'm not getting this texture paint everywhere, because if I get it... Other paints you can spill and make mistakes and it'll be fine, because you can just paint over it, but texture paint has bits and bumps and grains, and so when you want to place it, you want to make sure you're placing it where you want, because can't get rid of texture without breaking out the hobby knife and chopping stuff off, but then that'll chop off paint too. Like I said, I'm hitting the bottom of the capes a little, but that's one point where it's alright to hit with a bit of texture paint at the bottom of the model because, oh, it's weather and it's dirt. It's kind of appropriate, at least. Now, I'm not a huge fan of weathering my stuff because I spend too much time working on stuff, especially my bigger conversions. It's like, well, it's the thing I just made. I don't want to dirty it or make it look like it's damaged. I want it to be perfect constantly. That is a bit of a weakness of mine. Okay, so there you go, that should be enough to finish painting them, finish basing them. Run a guy. Yeah, it's finally warming up by me weather-wise, which is very nice because when it gets too cold and chilly, paint can, I don't know, gets what, more moisture gets in the air or something, but it takes longer for paint to dry. That can affect how it finishes drying too with the surface of it. It's like one particularly cold winter I had stuff where it took like multiple days for the texture paint on the base to dry and it resulted in it drying differently and weirdly, so happy the weather's warming up, if nothing for the fact that it'll make painting easier. I was about to say, okay, 3 left, but not 3, 4. So I got the base of the flyer. I'm going to bring over here now just to get it ready so I don't forget it later. Whew. Whew. Damn. 5 already. Hello. Good afternoon, Typhoon. Do you think they're going to make a pilot? What do you mean, a pilot? As in, for Apex, like, make a pilot-type character? Because you're asking about Titanfall 3 before. I think that would be cool, but... I feel like to make a pilot, they'd have to be very much nerfed. Because the pilots come with a whole own movement system and their jump pack and the seer kit. So it'd be possible, but they need to change a pilot quite a bit and nerf it. Like, I don't think they can have pilots... Because a proper Titanfall pilot is double jumping and wall running and hitting insane speeds, which I feel like would break the game for people who aren't that. It'd be cool to see, but I think they wouldn't for balance reasons. But I don't know. Be nice to see some acknowledgement of, hey, Titanfall. What's been my favourite project to work on? Probably my BT, my Titanfall Armiger. I said it, like, I gave some reasons for it in the video, like, I didn't really plan that one, that just came together. Because I was looking to do another build, and I went, hey, that part looks like BT's head. And then I went, wait, can I make BT? And it was just kind of spur of the moment thing. And it was a very much, I'm not sure I can make this, but I'm going to do my best to try. And it just kind of came together just because I really wanted it to. I didn't have a solid plan going in, but it was just, I really want to make this. And it turned out well, and I did go crazy with a lot of extra details, like I magnetized the armor for it, which was definitely unnecessary. I made a cockpit with a pilot and swappable weapons, and it's like the most in-depth build I've done. And that was a lot of extra work for not a lot of extra results, because I don't get the chance to change out weapons, and most of the time it just sits on display with the armor fully on. So I probably won't do a build as crazy complicated as that before, but it was fun learning how to do it and just having an idea to do something cool and just running with it. So yeah, my BT. Favourite project to work on, for sure. I'd be interested to see what other people's favourite projects are, for like what reasons they give. Like, was it fun to work on, but not your best work overall, but it was just the process of it was fun. Like, what was your favourite thing to work on? Oh yeah, BT definitely came out awesome. Just like I said, not everything on him that came out well was particularly a necessity. Well, that's not the whole build. Like, none of it was really necessary, but that's what kind of made it my favourite. Just because, hey, I really like this robot. I'm going to go crazy on making my version of it. But yeah, what makes a favourite project for other people? Like, what was yours and why was it your favourite? Whew, last base. Need to get some more astral granite out. This is going to be the guard dog rover hoverbot thing's base, so I don't need to worry about being too bumpy or getting in the way of its feet or anything. So I can just stick a lot on. And then, I'm not a fan of these transparent flying bases, but I feel like there wasn't any other way to, easy other way to do it. So I will be, and I can cover this with a lot of like the foliage I got for the Malevolon base terrain type stuff. What's my favourite Jaeger? I'm a sucker for Cherno Alpha. I like he's big and strong and simple. He has big punch robot fists. So, Cherno. He has such a, like, his pilots have such a cool, like, grungy, gritty, darky, dirty aesthetic. Like, their pilot suits are so different. They have, like, green and they have, like, circuitry bits coming out on the face. It's a shame he left the film so early. But yeah, no, definitely Cherno Alpha is my favourite Jaeger. Like I said, I've thought about how can if I could make a Jaeger Imperial Knight before, and Cherno is one of the ones I'd very much want to do. Yeah, Cherno's the big Russian one. And yeah, Cherno is one I'd want to do, but it's like it's got a very weird head that would make finding parts for it hard. So it's one of those ideas that they're on the back burner. I like think about it from time to time, but I'm not actively planning it. But if an idea pops up, I might. Whew. Okay. I'm going to call it here. It's been a nice hour and 20 minutes. Sorry, 4 hours and 20 minutes. Long stream. I had a lot to get done today. Because I wanted to stream yesterday too, but I was too busy with stuff, so I just settled for a big stream today. And it was also testing out my own music, kind of, because the stuff that's been on the background of this music has been something I made in VCV. But yeah, thanks for showing up. I'll try to keep updated on this project. Hopefully I can get it wrapped up in the next week or so, and then get a video out on it like the week after, but thanks for showing up and chatting. Hope you guys had a good time too. See you around.